booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Well,
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.
Ho, 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 you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha, ha, ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, what he said. Good morning, guys. I don't have the Christmas hat. I don't have a Christmas hat. I wish I did. I so wish I did. I couldn't find one. This is what happens when you don't prepare early enough for Christmas. The Christmas ads are gone. I don't know. I couldn't find one. Couple announcements for today, guys. Couple announcements. First things. Oh man, Joe's heart's broken. I'll tell you what. I think today is an. I think I'm not positive. I think the market closes a little early today, guys. We struggled to try and figure that out. I think the market does close at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 1 p.m. My time. So, um, what do I have to say about that? What I have to say is that I have to go to a doctor's appointment, not for me, for somebody else, but I need to be there for that, and I have to leave here, my house, around 10:30, and so I need to get ready to go and all that kind of good stuff. So today's going to be an early day. Um, today's going to be an early day. I haven't decided if I'd leave the stream running or if I would just leave, but I can almost guarantee you I won't be back before market close. I think that the extended market hours should still trade up to the normal times. So I'll kind of leave that up to you guys to decide. Maybe I'll put up like a vote later on. But we do have something special today. We do have something special. This is the Christmas giveaway. Christmas giveaway for today. I'm going to do every half hour. I am going to, and this is not for the moderators. Moderators, you are not eligible. You are already going to receive something, so don't you guys worry. Uh, I will leave the stream and let us have fun together, even without you. Okay, I'll do that. Duncan has spoken. Duncan has spoken, and I'll leave the stream running. I think it's 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, or sorry, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tim. So that would be one my time. But what I'm going to do today is I have a special contest. I have several questions that I'm going to be asking every half hour. So from now until 9:30 in the morning, I'm going to be asking you guys questions. It's a little trivia game, and whoever gets the right answer, anybody who's a moderator is exempt. Do not answer. And we'll have some fun. I'm planning on giving away some items. This is to celebrate both Christmas and the fact that I broke 500 subscribers. My wife said you have to do something. That's what YouTubers do, and I'm like, I'm not a YouTuber. And she goes, yes, you are. I was like, okay, whatever. So we're gonna do it, and so yeah, it's set in stone. Um, Joe says, make me a mod before you go. First off, we got to start off with a celebratory cracking open of the old. We found some of the double shot energy drinks again. Oh yeah, and I saw The Matrix last night, guys. I saw it yesterday. Oh man, it was really good. It wasn't my favorite out of the four Matrix movies. And I'm not going to obviously give away any spoilers. I would hate to do that, especially if you're a Matrix fan. It was a good movie. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it because I'm afraid I'll ruin things for you. But there's some cool stuff in that movie. There's definitely some cool stuff, and I got to put on the glasses here. All right, I can see again. I can see. Drinks. It's like I have to cheers this earlier this morning because I won't have a cheers with you later. Actually, since I'm going to leave the stream running, I'll have to come back at some point and close it down. So we'll do the cheers when I come back. That may actually be later than normal, but I'll come back and have to close it down. So I'll do the cheers with you then. So let's start off with the first question. Are you guys ready? There's only 19 people here, so this is like your best opportunity, and so some of them are mods. This is your best opportunity. Remember, mods, you're not eligible for this, so don't answer. Let's start off with the first question, and if you win, if you get the answer, I'm going to write your name down, and it's going to be on you to contact me, either through Twitter or through Reddit, in a private message, and I'll get your email address or your address, and if you want me to send it to you, I will. If you don't want to give away your address, You can give away your neighbor's address or something like that. I don't know. You can give away your grandma's address. Who knows? Whatever, wherever you want me to send it to, I'll send it there. So here's the first question. Are you guys ready? Here it is. What year was AMC founded and where? What year was AMC founded and where? First question. I can see the fingers typing. Mad dash rushing to figure out what it is. What's the answer? Who's going to be the first person to get it? Yep, Joe got it. Joe got it. All right, Joe. You are exempt for the rest of the day. Joe got it. 1920, Kansas City, Missouri. Missouri, no. Yeah, just kidding. Let me see here. Got your name down, Joe Exotic, for that question. All right, Joe, it's on you to contact me to where you want me to send that to. I know, I thought that was funny too. I was like, missionaries, what? But he corrected it and said Missouri. That is correct. Joe got it. I was like, missionaries, what the heck? But I like the fact, you know what I like the fact even more is that he put KC. I like that. I like that he put that. That was bonus. That was definitely bonus because you put I was hoping somebody would put KC in there instead of Kansas City. That's awesome. That was the first question of the day. These will happen every 30 minutes. So we have like less than 15 minutes before the next question comes in. So I got to get to it. I got to get to it here. Start rushing to tell you guys a few things about what else is going on here. What's utilization? We will give updates here right now. Let's go through it. We're going to go through everything and figure it all out. Okay, so total amount of borrowed change last night was a total of they returned 1.16 million shares. So I decreased the amount of shares needed to be obtained by mid to late January to avoid failure to delivers, which is now down. It's dropped from 35, where we started from, to 30. So they have 30 more million shares they're going to have to find between now and mid to late January. The one thing that I wanted to tell you is yesterday they only borrowed 2.75 million shares yesterday. So far this morning, they've already borrowed 5.4 million shares. I am not expecting a huge volume day today. I'm really not. In fact, I might even have to go like 20 to 40 million shares tops. However, we are going to move the lines here. We're going to move the lines just a tad bit here. One of the two marking points that I've been marking right now is the 200 MA. We're going to figure out what these are. We're going to move out to the day first to figure out what the 200 MA is. And 200 MA is, 200 MA is 32.55. 32.55. And I think that's actually where we currently have the top at already. No? Oh, that bar is getting moved up. So we got to, I think there will be exponential buying after 32.55 if we hit that mark. And the bottom number is going to be based off of the top of the average of the 4-hour Ichimoku cloud. Ichimoku sounds so like, it sounds like a fancy, sounds like some kind of fancy drink. And that is dead set across line today. So I don't have to do any math. We're going to call it, let's see, it says 2709. So we're just going to call it 2710. Let's do 2709. We'll do 2709. Okay, we'll go back to our 1 minute here and put my bar to 2709. So that drops the bar quite a bit, guys. That means we're gonna have some breathing room going downwards because that bar got awfully close in the after hours. And then we're gonna figure out the middle bar, which is gonna be the white one, which is gonna be the spread between those two numbers. Let me do some quick math. We'll get to your question here real quick. Who was it that asked for the? Are we not forming an inverse head and shoulders? I think we are, kind of. I think we are. Legendary member, I'll get to it here in just a minute. Give me a second. I'm getting there. $29.82. The middle ground has dropped to $29.82. So look for the middle ground to be around that price. Get rid of those two. All right, there we go. I think that's what we're kind of looking to stay in between today. Like if we break down below 2709, the numbers right below that, guys, they're really, really, really in play. Your synthetic price failure starts at 25.93, 25.77 would be your secondary turnaround point, and your paper hand turnaround point would be 25.29. So if we do drop below 27.09, I expect to see some additional droppage. But I'm seeing massive amounts of borrowing this morning already. 5.4 million shares having been borrowed already. That doesn't seem. They're up to something today. They're setting up to do a block. They're setting up to do a block, or they're setting up to drop. I'm not sure which. But you can see them loading up. 5.4 million shares having been borrowed is quite a bit. An average day would be 4.5 million, and that's throughout the entire day. And the fact that they're already up to 5.4 million in borrowed shares, something's happening. Something's cooking. I don't know what. But with this low volume and them borrowing that many shares, something's brewing. Sounds like an itchy booger translated in Spanish. Ichimoku. I like that. That's pretty funny. All right, let's go over to the stats page, guys. I'm going to update some of my screens real quick in the background. So give me just a second. We'll cover all of our data here. We'll start refreshing everything. I don't have much time anyways because we have the next question is coming up. Joe, you're exempt. You won. You already won, so no more guessing unless you're just wanting to help people out. Man, that was an easy number. Fidelity just sent me my my two-factor authentication, and it was an easy number. That wouldn't have been hard to guess. Okay, there's that. Refresh this, pull it over, and almost there. Fidelity. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, who got points yesterday? Points for yesterday. Monty had a price prediction of 26.51 to 29.51. He indeed did get a point. So let's score Monty up for a point here. The other person to get a point was myself. I had a price prediction of 28 to 31. We were the only two. So we have a four-way tie, a five-way tie. We have a five-way tie going into the last trading day of the week. Just to throw it out there, Eric had 29 to 32, so he missed it by a little less than $1. Duncan had 29.2 to 32.2, and he also missed it by just a hair. So really close, really close. But we have a four-way tie. Now moving on to short exempt volume. Let's see what we had there. Short exempt volume. Really super low. Really with volume being low, guys, and no triggering of the SSR. Super low. 81.8 thousand shares. Utilization. Here's the number you've been looking for. Utilization. We've got. Let's see here. Let's see if the number's in. 77.67. Definitely dropped. We'll take a look at why. Not a whole lot of borrowing happened yesterday, and there was a return of shares, so that's probably part of the reason. Day-over-day price increase. So yesterday we had 5% or something like that. Well, let's see. I gotta pull up Webull. Where's Webull? There we go. 5.35% down. Oops. So that resets that indicator to a red. Format cell. All right. Moving on to off exchange. Our total amount stuffed into that off exchange yesterday, 56.02 into the off exchange. CBOE EDGX had 10.44, giving us a grand total of around 66.46 percent being stuffed into those dark pools. I'm not supposed to call it that, but that's what it is. Shh. I'm missing a screen here, guys. I'm looking for it. Where did my screen go? Where'd you? What? What the heck? Go away. Where did that screen go? Huh. Did I just totally lose a screen? Huh. Okay, well, moving on, because I don't know what just happened there, but I just lost a screen. But estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 19.02%. Moving to the top right hand side where we have, it says keep up with latest trades with trades. He'll pay me for that one day. I don't know. Advertisements. Thank you very much, Fintel. 172. Is this a new record? This is a new record. We have institutional ownership up to 172.051 million. That is a new record set today on the 23rd. More institutional buying. I guess I should probably tell you what the previous record was. The previous record was yesterday, and it was 171.895. So it's up by like little less than, it's like 150,000 shares. Max Payne. I really think that we're going to close at Max Payne today, guys. Whatever that ends up being. I have a feeling it's going to go up to 30 here. And we'll see if that's where we close at, but let's refresh. Nope, still 29. I have a feeling we might close around 29. I have a funny feeling. 29 is Max Payne. And what's the next thing? Options. Let's see where all that open interest is. Scroll down to the lottery ticket winner guys first. At an $85 strike price. Yesterday there were 17,000 contracts at a $85 strike price. There's only 16.8 today. So the decrease. That's kind of unusual, but it did. It did decrease. Somebody decided to roll it over. Hugest amount, if that's such a word, hugest amount of open interest on the call side is at a $40 strike price. It was 18.6 yesterday, is now down to 16.8. So a little less enthusiasm today about a $40 strike price for the end of the week. Understandably. Oh, the puts open interest. They disappeared. Wow. So if we were to rise up in price today, we won't catch there. There won't be a whole bunch of puts caught off guard. $20. Let's see. $20 was the most amount of open interest on puts yesterday. It appears that's the same value for today. Yesterday there was 12.4. There's 12.2 now. So still a spread of $20 on highest amount of volume for calls versus puts. Kind of indicating of a middle ground around $30. Max pain being 29. You can almost bet that 29 is going to be our magic number for the day today. That's what I'm betting on. Not what we thought. Not what we thought at the beginning of the week. Taking you over to Ortex. Let's take a look. First off, utilization. Let's go straight there because somebody was asking right off the bat, what's utilization at? And I think it's really important that you guys understand how utilization is calculated and how that number can be affected or manipulated so that it can be lower or appear lower based off of what's being reported. So if we take the total amount of shares on loan, 104 million shares is currently on loan. And then we're going to divide that by our utilization. And what that does is that shows you how many shares that are available in total to be lent out. And what you need to know is that there's more. There's always more. The maximum that we've ever seen lent out, and you have to remember, institutions own 172 million shares, right? The most that we have ever seen lent out by institutions so far this year is 155. So if 155 million is the most that they've ever lent out, and we're at a current max high of institutional ownership now, that number probably is a little bit higher. But all that they're willing to loan out as of right now is 134.2 million, which is up from yesterday. 134.2. We're getting closer to the maximum amount out that's ever been out. But you have to know that what you have to understand is that there's more. If all of the shares that were left available to borrow out of the total amount that could be borrowed were borrowed up right now, today, they could go out and find more. I guarantee it. I 100% guarantee they could go out and find more, and they will. So utilization is actually a lot lower. It's just that they only have made available 134.2 million as of today. So that's kind of something that you need to consider, like when you're looking at utilization as a number. It's just what's what's being loaned out currently of what's currently being made available. So that number can very easily change. So now I'm going to take and subtract out of that number the total amount of shares that are on loan. And that gives us the remaining amount. Oh wow, how would I never would have guessed 30,000 or 30 million shares. This is why. So yesterday there was a total of 27.6 million shares available to borrow left. Today there's 29.988. So that's why utilization went down. Utilization went down because they've made more shares available to borrow right now. And how is that? Well, yesterday they returned 1.16 million shares. And the spread between the available amount of shares left to borrow went from 27.6 to 30. So they made more shares available to borrow currently at this moment in time. Not the total amount, but they made the available left to borrow higher. That's how utilization is manipulated, right? You just return a bunch of shares out of the pool that's left available to borrow, and that makes your utilization go down. So utilization is all, that's the whole spoon thing. There is no spoon. So do not try to. I would not use utilization as a indicator. A better thing to look at is what is usual, what is our total utilization versus what it what it's been in the past. And I would just look at that in terms of how many shares are on loan versus how many shares are on loan in the past. That's really how you want to look at it. And right now, that number is dropping a little bit. Did this go? Did they? No, it's not reported yet. Okay. Day over day, that dropped from 105.3 to 104.3. Right, which is what I basically just told you guys, is they returned 1.16 million shares. Not the most loans that we've ever had overall, but it's still definitely, we had a nice increase, and now it's kind of coming down a bit. On loan average age per day, increasing, still increasing. That's putting us further and further away from a bottom, which is that means that we're getting closer and closer to our deadline for a big price increase. And let's see here, utilization. There's your utilization drop right there. And your estimated short share interest of the free float. There's your drop right there. That dropped a little bit. Day over day, that dropped from 19.21 to 1902. Once they start loaning shares again here, that'll start rising back up, but we're going to start needing to see the price go up first, which I am expecting by December 30th. So it didn't happen this week. I would expect it to happen next week then, if that's the case. There was a lot of borrowing of shares this morning. I don't know. Maybe we'll see a rebound today. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, here's my other page. I was like, where the heck did my other page go? I couldn't find it. It was sitting here on it. Apparently I dragged this on top of it. There it is. Orders by Fidelity customers. This morning, AMC is currently trading top 7. With a very yesterday we ended the day with a good strong buy to sell ratio, which was 64 to 36. 2 days ago, guys, we had a high sell ratio. That should come into play today. That high sell ratio from 2 days ago is going to come into play today. So I'm kind of expecting more of a down day than anything. But that toppled with the idea that they're borrowing a lot of shares, we might see some downwards pressure, especially with low volume. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what the buy side says about that. We'll see what it says about it. Taking a look at Stonko Tracker, in the last hour, we've had an additional 500,000 shares borrowed. Here, oh man, they are still borrowing like crazy this morning. Gee whiz, what the heck? Gee whiz, gee Rick. Jeez, Rick. Cheese. 4.5, 500,000. And then 1.75. Wow. Okay, so they're up to 7. I'm just going to call it 7.15 million shares so far this morning. That is a lot of borrowing. A lot of borrowing. Some of the highest numbers I think I've ever seen is like 9 million in a single day. I don't know if I don't recall having seen double-digit numbers. So 7.15 is definitely getting up there. If you consider a normal day would be 4.5 and we're at 7.15, that's abnormal. 15.4 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 91.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Got a lot of work to do to get some of these into the money on the call side. A lot of work. Markets. Markets on the Eastern front. How did they fare? Looks like they did pretty well. Looks like we were going to have a green day on the market. Looking. Bar any kind of crazy news. The VIX volatility showing up. It was down quite a bit yesterday. It was down. Showing up right now. Tesla is up 0.84% in the pre-market. Hood is up 0.65. Amazon up 0.04. Cinemark up 1.5. Doge up 2%. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin breaking even. GameStop down negative 0.51. And GME is up 0.38. Our inflow versus outflow yesterday was a 25-point spread with more outflow than inflow. 25 for a 5% drop in price. Sounds about right. Our pre-market volume for this morning, really, really low, 43.52, much lower than yesterday. Let's see here. Yesterday's total volume was 36.9. My prediction from yesterday was 25 to 45. I'm glad I gave myself that breathing room. I didn't need it, but I'm glad I did. I would be willing to probably say the same amount of volume for today at this point in time, but we'll have to see what that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like. All right. It is, it's almost time. Hold on. I got one more thing to do here. For the day, there is more on the day interval. It appears that there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.49. On the 1 hour, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.09. On a 30-minute, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.88, which is right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.2. So, next question, guys. For those of you who are just joining, today is the giveaway day. Today is a giveaway day. Something completely different. We broke 500 subscribers. My wife told me we got to do something about it, and I said, I don't do that. That's not me. That's not who I am. And she goes, you have to. That's what YouTubers do. And I go, I'm not a YouTuber. And she goes, yes, you are. Long story. Anyways, so I'm giving away stuff. I'm giving away things. I'm not telling you what it is. It's a surprise. And you'll probably, like, when you get it, you'll be like, moan and groan. You'll be like, come on. Or maybe you'll look at it and you'll be like, hey, that is really cool. How special. Who knows? Anyways, I'm giving something away. And so we're doing a contest here. Every half hour, I'm gonna read off a question, and I'll put your name down, and then it is on you to contact me in a private message. Give me your address, and I will send you the item. And guys, if there's anybody you can trust, if you've seen any of my interviews in the past, I am extremely, I care about you guys. I really do care about you, and I really want to make sure that I protect people. Your information will be gone. I will erase it from my history, and I'll pretend like once that's sent out to you, I won't remember what that is anymore, and I don't really care. So, anyways, what year? This is the next question for the day. The first question of the day was, what year was AMC founded and where? It was 1920, Kansas City, Missouri, and Joe Exotic got the first question. So Joe is exempt. Admins are exempt. Here's the next one. Are you ready? What year was AMC first publicly traded? First correct answer wins. First year. What year was AMC first publicly traded? Oh, Deanne Thomas wins. 2013 is correct. 2013 is correct. It was December of 2013. Deanne Thomas wins. Deanne, I actually haven't seen your name before, or at least I don't recall having seen your name. Welcome to the family. That is awesome. Way to get that answer. 2013 is correct. '13 is correct. Every half hour, guys. I know I'm a little late on this one, so we'll be doing the next one here just after the pokey stick of volume. Every half hour, I am leaving the show a little bit early. I'm going to leave the show running. Duncan has spoken. He has said that he wants you all to be able to talk amongst yourselves and continue to have a great day leading into the weekend. Let me see what you guys are writing here. I'm going back. Joe says, I want to win them all. There's not enough to go around for everybody, Joe. There's not enough to go around for everybody. Don't forget the hashtags. Yeah, no kidding. Legendary member says, nice George W on the 1 hour chart. Let's check it out. Perhaps. Yeah. Maybe maybe even a bigger one. Let's see if I can get rid of all my junk on here. So somebody had asked earlier. They said, "Are we in a head and shoulders, an inverse head and shoulders?" And I've been drawing this for a little bit, guys, for a hot minute. Look at this mess. look at this mess. So there's our exploding kittens and our head and shoulders. You guys, we've seen this so many times, over and over and over and over. We've seen it just so many times, and what usually happens is this down arrow here, this nice down arrow here, is usually what happens when we see the exploding kittens and then the head and shoulders. And but the only difference is that today our stock actually looks like this. So instead of going down, we're actually going to go up. We're going to go up, but here's the funny part is that inside of this exploding kittens and head and shoulders, if you zoom in on this right here, what you'll see is that there's an upside down exploding kittens and head and shoulders, kind of saying that when this price went up like this, that it's going to come down just a little bit more, but it's just kind of drawing that line across, right? It's just drawing this flat line across. I think it's we might see a little bit of downwards pressure, which we saw yesterday. I kind of thought yesterday was going to be the up day and today would be the down day. Yesterday ended up being the down day. Today might be a little bit of an up day. They're definitely loading up on shares, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense though, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it really, with this amount of volume, it doesn't seem like we're really gonna go anywhere too fast. But as we all know, with low volume comes great responsibility. No, with low volume comes easily manipulated price, both up and down, both up and down. And good morning to everybody too, by the way. Exo, good morning. You see the least deal. I did not see Robert Carter saying, did you see the least deal? I saw something come out. There was a report filing that I got a message for, and I tweeted out. And the one important thing that I wanted to mention, and I don't even think I talked about it yesterday. The one important thing that I saw, and I don't want you guys to get overly excited about this, but in the filing by AMC, let me find it here real quick. Where did I get to? Here it is. Specifically, there's a section inside the filing that says, as an ongoing condition to suspension of the financial covenant, the company also agreed to 1, a minimum liquidity test. This sounds like normal stuff, guys. 1, a minimum liquidity test. 2, an anti-cash hoarding test at any time revolving loans are outstanding. And 3, additional reporting obligations. And it's the number 3 that I wanted to key in on. Additional reporting obligations. If you were going to loan a company shares, if you wanted to loan a company money, large quantities of money, you would want to know what your shareholder status is. There's other types of reporting data that they would want to know. It is possible. It is very, very possible that it's very possible that that may mean that they're going to ask for different various types of information to be disclosed. Will that information ever be handed out to us? I doubt it. I very highly doubt it. But nonetheless, they may want to know what's going on. How many total shareholders there are, how many shares are in existence, those kind of things. Would you confirm we are tracking a trend line on the 1 hour? I mean, I really feel like we do have like an inverted head and shoulders still tracking. The time period for this head and shoulders started at the end of 12/1. And I would say that it ended on perhaps the beginning of 12/8. So if you were to draw a trend line on that, the amount of time that would have lasted would have been a total of 80 bars. And so if you start our trend line here, the 80 bars ends out here, which is why I feel like we're really kind of trending in between my red dotted lines and my white line. I don't think we're going to have too much price movement between 27.09 and 32.55. Just a feeling. I may be wrong, but I don't think that we finish out our inverted head and shoulders until the beginning of next week. That's just my feeling. That's what I'm seeing. So take it for what it's worth. Everybody has an opinion. We're all like a bunch of buttholes. Shh. On the candlesticks. Oh, and then of course then I read he says on the candlesticks. Man, I hate it when people ask me to do that. Okay, hold on. Let me look at it. I'm really not good at this. I'm really not. This candlestick, I have to go to my cheat sheet. I have to go to my cheat sheet. I'm assuming you want me to get rid of you said the 1 hour though, didn't you? You said on the 1 hour. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, it definitely looks like a reversal there. Nice little doji candle. 3 bars down. Actually, a little more than that, but 3 down. A doji. Inverted hammer, possibly. An inverted hammer showing. That's what it looks like. I'm really not too, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure if it matters. All right, let me keep reading down here. I got to read down faster. I want to throw this out there, guys. If you win, like Joe, if you win, or Deanne, for the 2 winners who've won today so far, if you want to give away or give your gift up to somebody, you're more than welcome to give your gift to somebody else, and you can name who that is. That's your choice. But you gotta make sure I read it though. Janice said, "I heard when the market crashes, it could take up to 2 weeks to make our negative beta really work for us." That's a possibility. I mean, it could. I mean, I don't even know if we're still in a negative beta. We had that conversation a couple weeks. I want to say like a month or two ago, and we looked into it. We looked into the whole idea of a negative beta, and we didn't have one. We didn't have a negative beta, and it really depends on what kind of time frame you're looking at. If you're looking at a yearly time frame, we have a negative beta, but that's including like January and June's run-ups. Like that's it's you kind of have to look at. I mean, it all depends on perspective, right? Like if you, on a macro perspective, we have a negative beta, but on a micro perspective, or even a not even like whatever's in between macro and micro, on a midro, on a midro perspective, we have, uh, I would say, we don't have a negative beta. Oh, and thank you. You can add us to your Christmas card list. So much to read. The volume does it. Steve, the volume is low today. The volume is definitely low. Our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume comes up here in 7 minutes, along with our next question of the day for the giveaway. So, where to send my contact details? So you're going to send it to my Reddit or my Twitter account. Either one in a private message, please. Please do not post your contact information, or don't post your home address publicly for everybody to see. Send me a private message to my Twitter account. That's posted in my bottom left-hand corner of the screen down there. On Reddit, I am user / cold steel _ BOP. And on Twitter, it is at cold steel bop. Don't ask. it's an old gaming tag that I kept, and I've never been trying to hide to you guys who I am. If you want to find out who I am or things I've said in the past, I am who I am. I am who I am, and it's all for you to see. And if you want to find trash on me, you can. Well, I'm not hiding anything. Yes, either Twitter or Reddit in a PM. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I think we do have a bit of downside, EXO. I agree with that. We do have what appears to be a little bit of downside, but it's I'm really kind of looking at 2709 as being kind of like the bottom support line. However, Tim or EXO, since you're kind of new to the channel, not Tim but EXO, since you're new to the channel, you probably haven't heard me talk about synthetic price failures. They are a real thing in a squeeze play. An absolute real thing, and they are constantly in play on any given moment of any single day, and it's to generate paper hands. You can well imagine for a moment with me, guys, how devastating it would feel. It's a feeling. I want you to recognize that it's a feeling, but imagine how devastating it would feel to see us drop down to 25.93 or 25.77 or 25.29 before the end of the day is over. And that would be a synthetic price failure if we hit those price points. I'm not going to get into it right now, EXO, because we don't have enough time to get into it right now, and I can explain it later. I'll just quickly say that I did a huge deep dive on a minute interval of the GME squeeze, and there's very significant patterns that I found in there. And there's specific turning points that you find at 20% dips, 40% dips, and 60% dips in price. Usually you get turnaround points at those values. They become very significant turning around points, and they're just there to generate paper hands. They're always in play at any given point, at any given time, and it's always based off of a previous high. So currently the high that I'm tracking, and you have to kind of track it in a specific way, but the current high that I'm tracking is 32.22. So that's how those numbers are derived. A 19.5% drop from 32.22 would be 25.93. A 20% drop would be 25.77. Those would be the first two turning around points. And if there's paper hands in that process of dropping the price from 32.22 down to 25.29, we would hit that number, which would be a 21.5% drop in price. That's typically that's one of the ways that I know people have sold their long positions on the way down. Whether it be institutions or retail, it's hard to say sometimes, but you can usually figure it out. You can figure it out based off of buy sell ratios on Fidelity. And we had some large sell ratios on Tuesday, 2 days ago, which could impact us today. All I can say about pre-market volume is the lower it is, the more easily the price is manipulated throughout the day, and it's both directions. It could be easily manipulated both up and down, and that's all I can really That's all I can really tell you. I agree, Boris. Something over 30 would, that value. When you look at that Ichimoku cloud, that itchy booger, the itchy booger cloud. When you look at that, I really like that. I don't know who said that, but it does sound like itchy booger. When you look at that cloud, that value's continuously dropping and giving us more breathing room on how far down in price we can come, and inversely to that, how little we need to move upwards in order to get that big spike in price that comes. Because we were saying $32, but I think you're right though. It was $32 this week. Next week, I think you're right. I think that value drops to 30. So the closer we stay to 30, the easier it is for us to start breaking through those levels next week, which kind of lends into the idea that we consolidate today. They can dump volume into the dark pools. For those of you who are, and I think for those of you who are using, depending on what platform you're using to track your data, for those of you who are looking at like Fidelity Trader Pro right now, you're seeing higher levels of volume because I believe they report the dark pool volume into the total volume pool. Webull does not though. I think Webull keeps the dark pool volume off. So if you're seeing a lot of, if you're seeing a lot of dark pool activity with volume, you would see it on whatever platform it is that you're using. Ooh, man, did you see that? Man, that was a quick little burst right there. 47,000 going into 7 a.m. It's not going to double. Yeah, it's not going to double. They can dump volume into the dark pools, but it's still seen. Does the 20% price targets match with current leading shoulder? No, I would have to say no. I don't think so. Wait, when you say leading shoulder, let me check that out. Hold on a second. I know what you mean by leading shoulder. That's actually how I like to refer to it. I don't refer to it like that very often, but that is how I like to refer to it. So let me check it out and see. Yes, they do. Those price points do absolutely 100% match up with it. So 25.93. Actually, the leading shoulder 25.31 almost hits it perfectly. The 21.5% mark is 25.29, and the low on that leading shoulder was 25.31. The 19.5 turnaround point. So there's something significant. This is why I draw blue, white, and red. Not specifically those colors, but the reason that I have 3 different marking points is that sometimes it will become unprofitable for a hedge fund to drop, or hedge funds, I should say, or shorting positions. That's probably the best way to say it. For shorting positions to drop the price to within 20%. And if they fail to make it to the 20% mark, I like to call it the attaboy line, right? 25.93, that 19.5% not quite hitting 20 means that we didn't shed shares. And they didn't find it profitable to make it to 20%, so they let it go. They stop. So that's kind of your attaboy line. Like, give yourself a pat on the back because nobody sold shares. If we hit 20%, that's just a normal downtrend. If it hits 25, 29, that 21.5% down, and we probably had some people sell off some shares. And it may not necessarily be people. It could also be institutions as well. "20% overdue." Let me see here. That's an interesting way, Derek. That's an interesting way to put that. I have never actually thought about that. I'm going to read the next question here, guys, in just a second. We hit 32. Why did I not count that? Oh, it's because I wasn't sure if we were tracking new highs or new lows. That's why I haven't tracked it. So we hit 32.22 back here. Come on. That was on 10/21. And that total upward swing was from 2027, which was a 59% increase in price. And so if you just took the total amount of days, it was from the 14th until the 21st. And I just count days, including weekends. It's just the way I've always tracked it. I feel like I have to remain vigilant in my tracking methods, and so if I'm going to include weekends in one, then I have to include weekends on the other. It's a long story, but anyways, I was a moron the first time, and so I have to continue to be a moron. It's the 14th through the 21st, I said. Yeah, so that's basically a week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 days. So 7 days time would be very, very close to kind of that number. Yep, that would be very, very, I'm looking at my charting here. That would be very, very close to kind of like that average amount of time that you would see between price failures, synthetic price failures. But I say the average. What I want to say also on top of that is that we have not been averaging that for a while. Lately, we've been averaging more like 2 weeks to 3 weeks in the more recent history. And they've been more violent swings. So one of our first 40 percenters hit between 12.8 and 12.14. So, but remember, the more violent the swing down, the more violent the swing back up, right? Because we had a 40.2% decrease in price on the last swing down, and the swing up was 59%. So you have to keep that in mind. The more violent the swing down, the more violent the swing back up. Peter, yes, I am pretty confident in the MOASS. When I say pretty confident, that doesn't sound confident, does it? What's a better way to say that? I don't want to. I'm just gonna say yes. I don't have any reason to believe that people are selling off shares, if that's what you mean. 7:06, guys. It's time. It's past time. For those of you who are just joining, we are doing a giveaway, Christmas giveaway. I'm doing questions. I'm taking down names, and I'm checking my list twice. If you win the answer to the question, you contact me. It's upon you to contact me in either a Twitter DM or a Reddit DM. Give me your address, and I will send you something. A little Merry Christmas. It'll get to you after Christmas, obviously, since I'm doing this so late. But we're doing it. My wife told me I had to, so we're doing it. So here's the next question. The first person with the correct answer. Mods are not eligible for guessing. Joe Exotic is not eligible, and Deanne Thomas is not eligible. Those are the winners so far. The question so far is what year was AMC founded and where? And then it was what year was AMC first publicly traded? The new question is after AMC, who is the second largest movie theater chain? AMC is the largest movie theater chain. Who's the second? Azrul coming in with the correct answer. It is Regal. Believe it or not, guys, according to the information that I found, Regal is almost twice the size of Cinemark. Believe it or not. Regal coming in at number 2. Azrul down. I'm putting you down, Azrul. If you guys don't like my answers, I am open. To you challenging. I'm completely open to you challenging. But you have to prove it to me. If you prove it to me, there will be 2 winners declared. Remtac going 28.75 to 32.50. I have not decided a price prediction. I do have volume prediction. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. I really do. Although I think volume is going to be a little bit down from what it was yesterday. I'm gonna err on the side of caution. I really kind of want to go 20-30 on my volume prediction. But I think I'm going to go 25-45, and I actually think I'm going to be low. The amount of borrowing that's going on this morning is pretty unique. Very, very, very unique borrowing habits going on right now. Very abnormal borrowing patterns. Yep, another 100K having been borrowed. We are up to 7.25 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's about as much as there was borrowed on Tuesday. What did Tuesday look like? What did Tuesday look like? Yep. I'm getting Tuesday vibes. Perhaps we see price spike all the way down to 2709, and then spike way back up to maybe. I don't think it'll go that high. I don't think it'll make it up to 32.55, but you know, we might see spiking up to maybe like 30, 2709 up to 30, and then like kind of like a downwards trend for the rest of the day. Maybe like resulting in like a net change of like 2%, 2% up or something. I don't know, something silly. Ending the day kind of like around like the max pain at 29. That's what I'm getting vibes for. Zach, it's hard to say. Like I feel like whenever I see really high amounts of borrowing, that it's I can't say that I really ever see them borrow in anticipation of attacking the price down for the day. I feel like advanced borrowing is to prevent price from rising. Normally, when you see attacks down, the high level of borrowing happens just before the attack. In this particular instance, they're loading up in advance, like they're expecting to have to combat against something. So, to me, that's kind of an indication of a bit of strength. Or let me give you another scenario. What did Tuesday look like as far as volume goes? Let's see here. Volume on Tuesday was 66.9 million shares traded that day. There was a really hard attack down, like right off the bat, and I think there was an attempt to stifle volume in the very early beginning hours of the morning with that attack down, that hard attack down. I think we could see something like that happen today. A real hard attack down to attempt to try and stifle volume. Set the mood. And I'm kind of expecting in that 2709 range, but they may actually get past that and start heading for that 26 range to hit that synthetic price failure. Porter coming in with a 2810 to 2990. Yeah, F that guy. He's like the Grinch. All right, guys, one more minute and I'm going to ask the next question. I feel like I have to keep explaining this like every single time. We're doing a giveaway every half hour today, guys. We're doing a giveaway every half hour. So far as rule, Deanne and Joe are all exempt from doing this. They have won already. If you win and you don't want your gift, you want to forfeit it to somebody else, you're more than welcome to name that individual. If you have already won, you are exempt from winning again. You may not win twice. If you want to throw out answers, you're more than welcome to. I can't stop you, but it won't count. So trying to think here. Yeah, okay. So here comes the next question, guys. Are you ready? This is the next question. What is the highest price AMC was ever traded prior to this year? What is the highest price AMC was ever traded prior to this year? Remember, one of the previous questions was what year was AMC first publicly traded, which was 2013, answered by Deanne Thomas. Prior to this year, Zach, prior to this year. And I'm looking for cents included. It can't just be dollar amounts, it has to be to the exact dollar and cent amount. And if you have a more correct answer than I have, I'm willing to a challenge. I'm willing to accept challenges prior to this year. What is the highest AMC price was ever traded prior to this year? Do not try to do this while driving, please. Please. I'm doing this every half hour, guys. Every half hour. There's no need to get into a wreck. You'll have more chances. There will be more chances. You guys haven't hit it yet. I still have not seen the correct answer yet. I'm gonna give you guys, I think I might give you guys a hint. The year, are you ready for this? The year that it occurred in, was 2015. One of you was close. One of you was close. The year was 2015. Tim, 62.55 is not correct. That is too high. We might have to start playing high-low. I hope I'm not wrong on this. we went and did one of my admins, AP, and I did some research last night to try and figure this out, figure out the answers to these questions. There we go. Jordan got it. Jordan got it. Jordan, I have a feeling, Jordan, you're going to tell me I'm wrong and 3650 was actually the right number. I'm going to give it to Jordan. Jordan got it at 3613. That is the number that we came up with last night when we did our research. I got 3613 as well. That is the number that I got. Now, I'm not sure, Jordan, where you got your 36. I knew you were on the right track when you said 3650. So I'm kind of curious if there might be like a reporting issue with where we got our information from. But 3613 in 2015 was the value that we came up with last night. So prior to this year, that was the highest price AMC was ever traded in 2015. Was $36.13. And we actually, I don't think we, I don't, I'm trying to remember where we found that. I think we actually found that searching for it, actually on a chart. So I would have a feeling. I'm guessing that maybe Jordan, maybe got it from maybe a different platform than we were using. So Jordan, you are the winner. Write your name down. It is upon you, Jordan, to contact me in either a DM through Reddit or Twitter to give me your whatever mailing address you choose for me to send it to, whether it be your ex-girlfriend or whoever it is that you want me to do, where you want me to know. But I will hold your information very, very close to myself and delete it after I'm done sending it to you. Did we have synthetics in 2013? I would have, yes, we most certainly did. In 2008, if you remember, the stock market crash was caused by that. Okay. $36.13 was correct. Well, it makes me wonder though, Jordan, if you somehow you must have gotten 3650. I mean, I am curious as to whether, I do want to know what the right answer is, so I hope 3650 is not it. Start the intro. Oh, wait, no. We don't start the intro yet. What are you talking about? Not yet, Zach. It's time for break first. 2 minutes left. Zach's trying to throw me off. Every half hour. So I'm going to actually stick around until 7:30. I'm going to do another question at 7:30. I'm going to do it every half hour, guys. Questions. Congratulations, Jordan. I'm glad you feel like a winner. Wait till you get your gift. No, it should be cool. I'm going to make it cool. So, I'm going to try and make it cool. I almost panicked. You almost got me, Zach. I almost panicked. I was like, wait, what? No prize for this one, but what do the reindeer's wives do on Christmas Eve? I don't know. What do they do, Fred? Mm, the elves. I almost said something like that. I was gonna say Rudolph or something like that. I am at Cold Steel Bop on Twitter. Cold Steel Bop, and you don't have to follow me. I'm not. I'm the. It's not. It's not a prerequisite at all. I guess actually you might have to follow me to send me a message. I don't know. I don't think I have my. I don't think I have any like major privacy settings or anything like that. You shouldn't have to follow me to send me a message. I can't imagine. Um, Tim's sending me a picture stating that the year high was only 3586 in 2015. However, the data that we were getting on charting was showing up higher than that, so it kind of has me wondering if there's a misreporting someplace. I don't believe that we found it on Webull. It wasn't Webull that we were using to find that information. But if we come back out to, let's use, I wonder if I can use Tradingview. Let me see if I can use Tradingview. $20.15, $19.18, $17. Okay, Tradingview is showing something different, and Webull apparently because Jordan got the same answer on Webull. Tim, here's Tradingview on AMC. AMC right here in the top left-hand corner. This is March 23rd of March of 2015. And if you come up to this candlestick, you'll see it here at the top. If you look at the top left-hand corner, we have a value up here, and the highest mark point here Indeed has the high says 36.13, and I have down 36.13 as the high. And if you zoom out, that is the high previous to this year, right there. That's what I'm getting. I'm going to stick to it. I see what it is that you have here, but I think that is a misreporting. I have two different charts now. Webull and Tradingview are showing the exact same data. So this is important to note, guys. Important to note. Do not trust the internet for your answers. Very, very good. It might have been. The candle close might have been 36. 35.86. Is that the number he sent me? Yep, it is. That's what it is. Yep. That's why there's a difference in reporting. No, that's good, Tim. It's good. It's good because I mean, if you would have been right, I'd have given you. I would have given you an award as well. Can you check how high we will be in 2022? Yes, I can. I can check that. Let me just pull out my crystal ball here. That's a good one. Wait, did we ever get Fred's answer? Where was Fred's answer? I never saw Fred's joke. Where was his joke at? Where was Fred's joke? Fred. They go over to the Elks and blow a few bucks. Nice. Ooh, good point. I wonder what time that was. I am looking at the day, so I don't know. That's a good question. I am completely admitting up front that there's a possibility I'm wrong on my answers. So I'm completely and actually this next one's going to be this next one is going to be a little bit of a controversy here. This next question that I ask in another minute here for another giveaway before I go on break is going to be questionable. There's multiple answers, and I will accept one name, or I will accept multiple names. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be name driven. I will accept one name or multiple names either way, but the one name has to be a specific name because I actually know one of them is stands out more in a search than the others. You'll get extra credit if you guess all of the names. I shouldn't say how many. Wait. What does it say? Is my clock off of my computer? No, it's not. It's on. What the heck is up with YouTube, guys? I don't know if you guys are noticing this. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Okay, never mind. Nobody just. I thought there was something wrong with the time in YouTube. It's reporting off a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Whatever. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm actually going to come back a little bit earlier than normal. I'm going to come back in a half hour. I will be back on at 8 o'clock instead of 8:15, just so we can keep up with the every half hour giveaway. Yeah, there is a bit of a lag, and there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately, EXO. I wish I had better internet. Actually, I have a feeling that we might be trying to fix this. Guys, all those extra shares that they've been borrowing today, look at the bid and the ask side. Look at how many walls are set up on the ask side right now. You can just absolutely see them building up this massive wall here. It's almost like they know something's coming. You could just see it. It's like, no, there's a bunch of nopes in here. If you play Exploding Kittens, if you haven't played it yet, you'll know what it is. Exploding Kittens, you get noped. It's like nope, 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 nope. There's a bunch of nopes in here. So, yeah, definitely excessive borrowing going on this morning, guys. We're at 7.25 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. That is definitely high. Definitely high. The fact that they're loading up in the pre-market with walls uh, is kind of significant to me. It's significant to me because of the fact that if they were going to attack the price down, why load up walls? It doesn't quite make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were going to attack the price down, you wouldn't need to have buy up walls. So, yeah, I don't know. Contingency plans? Maybe. It is interesting though. You can see where that they're using the shares already. Um, very, very odd. Actually not most, the entire market's green right now for everything that I track. Everything that I track is up. I don't know. Guys, I do have to. You're right. You're right. It's not just short hedge funds. You're right. I have to take a break today, guys. I gotta take a break. So, but I gotta throw this announcement out there. I am leaving early today, guys. I'm gonna leave the stream running. Duncan has spoken. Duncan is going to, I guess, moderate throughout the day. And he'll be here. Jordan says, "This is crazy." Casey said he's gifting me a Lambo. I have not I have not said that. Oh man, that's pretty funny though. All right, I'll be back here. I'll be back in 25 minutes, guys. It won't be 40, but I'm gonna come back a little bit early. I do have to leave early today, guys. I have to leave early and a Lambo. Oh man, hold on a second. I gotta write something down. Special gift for Jordan, not a Lambo. Let's see. Lambo guy. Okay. Message written in. Reminder message to myself. Lambo guy. Alrighty. I will see you guys here. Let me put on a little bit of music for you before I go. You guys, I love your sense of humors. You have to have a sense of humor. Let's see. What do we got going here? Music, music, music. All right. See you guys in just a bit. I'll be back at 8 for the next question. Okay, guys, I'm back. I am back. I'm back for the next question. There's not a whole lot of you out there. There's not a whole lot of you. So this is gonna be really, really easy for somebody to win this one. This is the next question for the next giveaway. Are you ready? Here it comes. What am I doing right now? Well, Jordan, you're exempt. What am I eating? What am I doing? Luke. Luke is the winner. Luke is the winner. AMC perfectly popcorn. This is our AMC leftover popcorn that I am eating. Monty coming in with the prediction of 27.35 to 30.35. Yum, yum. Super good popcorn, even the day after. We saw The Matrix yesterday. It was a good movie. Super good movie. Not my favorite in the trilogy. Well, whatever they call 4 now. Not my favorite out of 4. Fourlogy? I don't know. Popcorn's still good the next day. Surprisingly. I have had their popcorn 2 days after. Not so good then. Gotta eat it within 24 hours. Luke in for the win. All right, Luke. It is upon you to contact me either through Reddit or Twitter for me to get your address so I can send you your prize. Luke Egging. I got your name down. Guys, there's 4 questions left before I sign off for the day. 4 questions left, and I'm actually going to do the last 2 questions together. So I'm with you for another hour and a half. I'm cutting out of here in an hour and a half from now, so like an hour after market open. I will be cutting out a little bit early. Got to go to a doctor's appointment, so. Yes, you did just add me on Twitter, and I followed you back. Man, you got in there lucky with, there was very, very low viewership at the time when you got that question in. I'm doing it every half hour, guys. We got 3 half-hour lefts. There's going to be 4 questions left here to ask for the day. Bandaru. Actually, Bondaro, everything that you just said right there is so like right up my alley. So I think there's a couple different things going on. Let me write down Monty's price prediction here real quick, guys, before I forget it. And then I'll touch on what you're talking about. 27.35. 27.35 to 30.35. I ate so much popcorn last night, guys. Ooh, I can feel it in my intestines like working its way through. You gotta be careful. When you're older, your stomach don't handle it the same. those kernels are like sticking to the insides. Apparently, you're less lubricated through your inside system. All right, Bondar, welcome back. By the way, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I have two different numbers going here. 3255, you'll see a red dotted line up here at 3255. That is our daily interval MA 200 or 200 MA, however you want to say it. The lower value of 27, excuse me, the 2709 value, this red dotted line down here, 2709 is the lower or the upper band of the Ichimoku cloud on the 4-hour interval, which is a point that we want to stay above. If we can stay above 2709, we should be good going into next week, like really, really good. Keeping the head and shoulders price range kind of in our target, the inverted head and shoulders, I should say. However, a synthetic price failure would take us down to somewhere between around 2593 to 2529. Somebody asked an interesting question this morning and said, how much, would that synthetic price failure, would that keep us within the band of being within the shoulder from the previous, the leading shoulder? And the answer to that is yes. It would absolutely keep us within that price range. And a synthetic price failure is always an option, guys. It is always an option. It's always in play. They have absolutely loaded up on shares this morning. The amount of borrowing is intense, very, very intense. Sleeping outside intense. The borrowing rate is like camping. They're camping right now. Intense. And so far for this morning, they've borrowed 7.25 million shares for the day. I'm getting vibes like Tuesday. That's what I'm really getting vibes like. Like a really intense push down to maybe that 2709 mark in the beginning portion of the morning. Maybe slightly perhaps below that. I mean, $26 is only a buck lower than that. I have a feeling that, either we'll see 2709 right off the get-go or possibly 26, and then I think we'll see a sharp increase to the 2982 mark. 2982 is the middle ground between those 2 points, that 2709 and that 200 MA of 3255. 2982 is the middle ground. I think we might see a push down past the 2709 or trying to push past 2709. Trying to get some more of those options into the money at the $27 price. And then I think we'll see a sharp return up to maybe 29.82 or maybe even a slight bit past that. And then, perhaps dropping back down to the 29 range, like you said, and closing out at max pain. Bondaro, I think everything that you said in that sentence is literally what I said this morning when we first came on. I do think that there's going to be a push down really quick and hard, but for a momentary period of time. But overall, I think we're going to kind of finish it at max pain levels. I do. Not today, Don. Oh, Charlie, you got to hit live. Charlie, hit live on the thing. I got to. Charlie, I think you're living in the past. Charlie coming in late with a Frosted Flakes answer. Peter says, how will we know in real time when the shorts have covered? When our price drops below the value that they have to cover at. Let me tell you something, Peter. There is no plan to cover. There's no plan to cover. It's either make money or go bankrupt in the process of trying to make money. There is no covering. It's like Yoda says, there's do or do not. There is no try, or however he says it. Yeah, I don't want to give too much away, Sean, about the Matrix. I really don't want to give too much away. Man, I'll tell you what, I felt like there was direct references to us specifically. Of course, that's probably just me reaching, but I really did feel like there were some direct references to us and what we're doing here. But I also felt like there was kind of almost a I don't know. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm giving anything away by saying this, but I feel like there was a connotation, and you can actually catch this in some of the. There's a new trailer for the game that's coming out on the PS5. Um, and if you watch that, it actually rings true or has that connotation of the Wachowski sisters, not brothers. The Wachowski sisters may have been forced into making this movie. I got clear messages that came across to me that they were forced into making this movie. So, um, and I think that there's some defiance in the message that's brought across about that forced um, that being forced into that position. But it was still a good movie, and I'm gonna definitely have to go back and watch it again to get some of the references because there's things in there that I just didn't catch. I know I didn't catch the first time. Um, that I'm sure I'll catch the second or third or maybe even fourth time. One of the things that I find surprising about all of the Matrix movies so far is that every single dang time I go back and watch one of those movies, I catch something new every single time. And it's just it boggles my mind how many times you can watch a movie and still find new things that you never saw before. Luke, if you had to choose between Spider-Man and Matrix, I would see Spider-Man. Um, but at the same time, though, I'm personally a huge fan of The Matrix, a very huge fan. I would not trade the movie experience of The Matrix over Spider-Man, personally. The Spider-Man movie was a better movie, but I would never trade a movie screening of The Matrix for TV or your home television. That's my opinion. I am a huge fan of The Matrix, though. A huge fan. So there's that. I agree with what X is saying. Go see both. I really do. JP coming in at 31.95 to 34.95. I need to come up with a price prediction, guys. Um, I really feel like we're gonna kind of close around $29. Um, I think if they wanted to put us into a bad mood over the weekend going into next week, they'd try to close it lower than that if possible. But I think that if I hedge off of 29, that would capture that because that would give me a low of 27.50 to 30.50. No, yeah, that's correct. 27.50 to 30.50. I think that's what I'm going to do. Ah, man, I'm so torn, guys. I'm so torn. I want to go higher. I want to go higher. I need to listen to my gut. I'm going to go 27.50 to 30.50. It is a four-way tie today, guys. Every single one of us, actually, it's a five-way tie. Even the missed column has a point, so every single one of us has a point. It does come down to today. Duncan had his price prediction set at 27.2 to 32. Wait, what? 27 to 32. Okay, 30.2. Wow. So none of us talk about this stuff, right? I do not talk to Eric, Duncan, or Monty about our price predictions beforehand. And the fact that we're like so far between myself, Duncan, and Monty, there's not much of a spread. There's really not. I mean, we're all off by like 10 cents from each other. Or 30 cents in total. Duncan being the low side at 30 or 27.2 and I'm at 27.5. So that's like that Monty's like right in between at 27.35. So there's really kind of like a huge agreement between us. Eric would be the only one who would come through with a alternating price prediction. Alternate. And Eric does usually typically win. So let's see what he says. Let's see what he goes with. Luke, you too. Have a Merry Christmas. Savvy says, tell me Pam the trader keep the matrix glasses on. Yeah, I don't know who Pam the trader is. But I wouldn't, I love finding out about other YouTubers. I love going and watching other YouTubers' comments and posts and stuff. I think one of the greatest assets that we have as a community is great minds coming together. Great minds coming together and discussing different ideas. I can't stress that enough. So I will definitely look that up. Pam the Trader. She in T-Miss live always. What's T-Miss? T-Miss? T-Miss. What the heck is T-Miss? I'm not down with these young kid acronyms. What the heck is T-Miss? I gotta look it up. I have a feeling you'll put it in before I have a chance to look it up. Oh, she's in TMI's live always. Oh. I haven't been on TMI's stream in a while. Yeah, I know who TMI is, but you had TMIS, and so it threw me off with the S. I know who TMI is. That's cool. Pam the Trader. That's awesome. I have to check her out. She's a mod on a lot of the streamers' channels. Not mine. Guys, sometimes I feel like the outcast. I really do. I really feel like the outcast sometimes. Like I don't like nobody ever says hi to me. It's like, yeah, that's that guy over there. He sits in his own little corner. That's me. And that in real life that's me. It's not just that's how it is in real life. Working night shift for 22 years. Yeah, that's what happens. You're the guy that sits at the kids' table at a wedding, and the guy uh, who's always off in the corner at a party. You asked if she wants to become your sugar mama after the squeeze, and she didn't answer. Salty Dog saying, why three volume spikes this morning? He's looking right here, guys. I don't know why I'm on the 5-minute. 3 volume spikes this morning. Very good question, Salty Dog. What do we got here? 21,000 once here. This is our 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume, though, so that's normal. That one's very normal. This one was 6,000. These are actually kind of normal, Salty. 6,000 spikes is not very high. And this one's our usual 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume. I wouldn't say those are very abnormal. However, I will say this. I was on Twitter just a little bit ago, and Father, who's part of this channel, thanks, Pip. You're also one of those people, huh? The odd people walk in circles together. So maybe we're the odd bunch. I don't know. Maybe we are. I don't know. Maybe we're the odd bunch over here. what was I going to say? Oh, yes, the volume spikes. So, Salty Dog, 7.25 million shares have been borrowed for today. A normal borrowing amount for a day throughout the entire day would be about 4.5 million shares. Yesterday was only 2.75 million shares, and the day before that was even less. I think it was like half a million shares borrowed. So an excessive amount of shares being borrowed today, but you can see it already in the ask side. You can already see a wall, a big wall of buildup of resistance to progress and price movement, and you can see it here in the chart. You can see this wall that's being generated right here. So what Father had said on Twitter, I'm actually going to read this. Father on Twitter, yes. Father said on Twitter, why am I thinking differently than everyone else? Probably because I know the required steps and that the volume being low is great news. Let me explain. 1. Low volume means there are fewer shares trading, and fewer shares means less liquidity across the broad market. He's right, guys. He's 100% right on that. It does mean less liquidity, and when there's less liquidity and you have buying pressure, that's that key ingredient that you need for when there's low volume comes price manipulation both up and down. So if there's low liquidity and all of a sudden the buy button starts turning back on and it just starts increasing rapidly, you get an explosion of buying that goes on. And there's no liquidity, right? No liquidity, so they're forced to like do things that are abnormal, like borrowing lots of shares. Borrowing lots of shares. Then he says stock price volatility rises in a low volume market. Trading huge blocks of stock in an illiquid market can cause significant changes in the prices of those stocks. Number 2, we should use this coming out of a terminal spring that had an accumulation, which we did. 3, there are numerous small accumulations, but these are the most common. And he's got some pictures in here, but I'm not showing them right now. 4, he said, so since we had our breakout, in my opinion, I differ from most everyone that Composite Woman picked to use the double bottom. Maybe I'm wrong, but I tracked that way for 3 or 4 hours today. So he wrote this stuff last night, I think. Yeah, 13 hours ago. 5, I could be wrong about where we are in the accumulation, but the volume was low enough today to run. There are 20% of the float shorts trapped and going any lower, and giving them an exit isn't logical to me. And I tend to agree with them. Hence the reason why I've got that red line at $27. There are a bunch of, well, there's not a bunch. Actually, a lot of them closed. If you look at open interest this morning, a lot of them closed their positions out. But if price did start to decrease in the morning hard in the very beginning down to say $27 or maybe even $26, you could see a bunch of volume opening up, a bunch of volume on puts opening up as price drops. And if there's a hard return, like a really hard return on that, those could get trapped out of the money quickly, very, very quickly. So that's kind of what I'm kind of looking for today. I'm really expecting to see a hard drop right off the get-go, and then maybe a bounce off of that at some point. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. Father's Twitter handle is, let me give it to you, at the real, it's capital the and capital real, D, the real D, and that's capital D, of course, and then Byron, Byron. That's with a capital B. So the real D Byron. And I've got a lot of messages from you guys in the Twitter. I don't look at them until I usually go to break, guys. So, good morning, WM. Order flow distribution shows $3 million worth of AMC being sold yesterday. Our buy to sell ratio yesterday for retail looked pretty decent. We were over 64%. I think we were 64 or something, right? Whatever the other side of that is, 36. 64.36, and that was pretty good. We had terrible buy-sell ratios on Tuesday. Some of that could have come through and settled yesterday. The other portion of that could come through today. If they used a lot of the settlements to happen yesterday, then those settlements may not be coming. The sell orders that were done on Tuesday could have happened yesterday. So what you're saying with that 3 million sell orders, those were actually probably made if you consistently watch the buy-sell ratios. They tell you when those sell orders are coming. And that's why I expected yesterday to be an up day, because Monday had low sell ratios. But if they use Tuesday's sell orders to clear or go through on yesterday's price, then that might be why they're expecting the move up, because they don't have those sell orders to manipulate the price down too much. Hence the extra borrowing today and the low volume. That would actually all make very much sense. So those are just kind of things to consider. Guys, it's time to do the opening thing here. I'll see you guys on the other side, and be ready for questions. Trivia giveaway today. Trivia giveaway. See you guys on the other side of open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
return.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.
Ho, 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 you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha, ha, ho, 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 ho.
Let's say goodbye to Santa. That's the last time he'll be here. Goodbye, Santa. Guys, I'm doing a competition, a little bit of a giveaway for some of you. I've hit over 500 subscribers. My wife told me I need to say thank you to you guys. It's silly. It's really kind of silly, but I'm doing it. She told me I had to, so you got to listen to her. So what I'm doing today is I'm asking questions. I'm doing a giveaway of questions for a chance to win something. I'm not telling you what it is, but there is a chance to win something. It is upon you to contact me either through a DM on Reddit or Twitter to give me your address so that I can send this out to you. But I have been asking questions this morning related to AMC throughout this morning, every half hour. I leave in about an hour from now to go to a doctor's appointment, and I probably won't be back until after market closes. Duncan wanted me to leave the stream running so you guys can all talk amongst yourselves. You guys can moderate yourselves and continue to watch while the data's there. But it is time to get the next question going. So here it is. If you're not live, now would be a great time to hit live button so you have a chance at hearing the question as soon as possible. I'm going to read off some of the other questions so you kind of get an idea what they're about. One of them was, I'll just read through the list so far. What year was AMC founded and where? What year was AMC first publicly traded? After AMC, who is the second largest movie theater chain? What is the highest price AMC has ever been traded prior to this year? What am I doing right now? And now this current question. The current question for this moment in time. Are you ready for this? There's multiple answers. I want either a single name, both first and last name, or multiple names with a single last name. Who started AMC Theaters? Who started AMC Theaters? And I'll wait for the first right answer. If you've already won, you're exempt. I'll wait for the first correct answer. Okay, Max got it. Max got it. Edward Durwood is not the name. You would have it was close, Rimtac. Very, very close. You got Edward Dubinsky is the correct name. I would have accepted that answer, but you had the wrong last name. Maurice Dubinsky is not the correct name, Porter. Maurice, Edward, and Barney did it, but if you were going to single out a single individual, I would have taken Edward Dubinsky. But Max came in with the correct answer, full answer. The full answer is Maurice, Edward, and Barney Dubinsky. Very, very, very close. Max, I'm putting you down as the winner for that question. You guys have 3 more opportunities to win. 3 more. Max. One of the last questions today is kind of difficult, and I'm going to put a stipulation on that question when we get there. But the last question for the day is going to be one of the toughest ones. Might be one of the toughest ones. WM, welcome. So it looks like they got us down to 2807 on that push down. That's not saying that that's not the last of it. Sean came in with a correction on the price for the 200 MA, and 3255 is what I have marked at the very top here, Sean. I have 3255 as my top line, and I have 2709 as my bottom line, and 2982 is the middle ground for those two numbers. So we will continue to watch this. Remember that a synthetic price failure is always an option. Always an option. The first point or the first price point where we could see a turnaround or a completion of a synthetic price failure would be at 25.93. So, but what I really want to see have happen today is hold at least 2709, hold 2709, and finish above 30 would be great, but I have a feeling we'll probably finish more around $29 at max pain. Porter saying it wasn't Bob AMC. Let me check something. And this is a learning channel, so if you guys have a better answer, and I'm wrong, then I will award you the win as well. It'll be a dual winner. Okay. It says here Bob Dorian was the Amble TV host who introduced cable viewers to movies of yesteryear back when AMC was known as American Movie Classics. That is not our AMC. So that is not Bob Dorian. That would be incorrect. That would be incorrect. John Doe MOASS. Some of the next questions are going to be some of the hardest ones. Max, if you want, you won't be the first person to get an award in another country. I'm just going to tell you right now that all my moderators are getting something if they so choose to. And if they choose not to accept it, I'm going to ask them to tell me who they would choose. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I guess what I'll say, Max, is that if you choose to choose another individual to get your prize, you may do so. That is your choosing. But you would not be the first person for me to send it to outside of the U.S. I can guarantee you that. So that is not a problem. Do not worry about that if you think that's an issue. I don't view it as an issue, but if you have a problem with giving out your address, in which I can completely understand, if but I also believe that you can trust me. If you don't trust me, that's cool. Pick somebody else to give your prize to. It is Christmas time. It is time for the gift of giving. But I guarantee you won't be the first person getting it outside the U.S. Duncan and JP are both getting one, so. And they are outside the U.S. One's in Spain and one's in Denmark. Thank you. Thank you for being a part of the community. That's what we need. We need more than anything. We need community. If I move out to the 5-minute interval, guys, you'll see that this little retracement here, slight correction right here. Let's pull up the Bollinger Bands real quick. Yeah, you'll see what happened is that right off the get-go we had like very low volatility, and we were touching pretty much on the lower side of the Bollinger Bands here, pretty heavily. So that's why you saw it return to simple moving average before moving back down. So a bunch of basically increasing of volatility as we move down. So if I move to the 5-minute interval, what you're going to see here is you're going to see that there's still an attempt to try and push this down. But again, on a 5-minute interval, still touching down on the Bollinger Bands and never having really made the full run back up to the simple moving average, just on a short-term basis, but not on a long-term. So again, this is an attack. This is an attack down on price. They're going to try and get this to stick. So they're going to shoot for that 2709 mark and try and blast through there if they can, and then get it to try and hold. And they're breaking the rules here. They're breaking the rules by touching this Bollinger Band. So there's a lot of manipulation on price right now. A lot of manipulation. Why did this stuff get so big? Too big. But when this does stop, there's probably going to be some period of as price falls, there's probably going to be a period of consolidation in here. So far we have 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes worth of downwards pressure. You could see consolidation for 20 minutes and perhaps even another push down. So it just depends on how far this first flagpole. We got about 14 minutes left here. Not a problem, Pip. Not a problem. It's always a possibility, Ivan. It is always a possibility with synthetic price failures as far as those go. The 21.5% turnaround point would be 25.29. So fortunately, with our last high, we were able to bring up those synthetic price failures to turnaround points at 25 level. I think it's very possible, Luke. Luke is asking, you think it'll go down to 26 complete the inverse head and shoulder? I don't know that 26 is necessary. I honestly think 2709 is like the key number that we want to hold. It could go down to 2593 is what I have for a synthetic price failure. But I really think that they're gonna. I really think. Well, I don't know. I tend to think 2709 is gonna be a good support level. We'll see if it holds though. Hey, you can't take that, JP. You can't take that away from Kramer. Kramer has that title. Well, Remtac, I think we're setting up pretty nicely for December 30th still. So I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility still. We still have another week. Azrul asking me which NFT we got. We got the 006 NFT. It was a golden looking spider with that flips in the air. There was 21, I think 2100 of those NFTs. Let's see if I can look it up. Let's see if I can find it here. I don't know if I can find it. Hmm. I don't see it. I don't know. I'm not finding it very easily. It was the I'm sure you've seen it. It's a picture of a golden spider that's flipping around in the air, and it's not one of the rare ones. As a rule, I think my wife said I think she said I can do whatever I want to do with it. So I don't know. I'm kind of stuck on that one. Jordan says my wife keeps telling me to sell. I don't know. I don't know this rule. I really don't know what I want to do with it. I pulled it up when I was on the website last night. I was looking at it, and some people I think had it up for sale for like $100 or so. Um, I really don't know. Anthony, I think you got one of the more rare ones, at least more rare than mine. I don't know. I really don't know what I'm going to do, Israel. I'm I'm on the edge of which way I'm leaning towards selling or holding on that. I would say so, yes, legendary. Tim says they're all rare to me. Tim, I'm so happy that they were able to get you your. I think it was you, Tim, that you did in your car breakdown or something like that. You weren't able to get there, but you still got your NFT. Somebody that happened to somebody. It was really cool that you still got it. Yeah, would a wick be considered breaking support resistance if the body goes back to the support resistance? Is that what would? Yeah, it's. I technically think like a false breakout. Like if you were gonna a great false breakout pattern that you could like if you wanted an example of a good false breakout. So this is my wedge pattern from August, basically like August 5th. For the bottom, the support lines for the bottom started on August 5th, and the top support lines were at September 13th. And this is what I would call a false breakout. In this particular instance, you had two full candlesticks and wicks outside of the pattern. To me, this is a false breakout. You only had 2 days worth of data that was completely outside of the band. Now, what you're talking about is something like this, where price momentarily falls out for the day, but the closing price was still within. And so you're talking about something like in this section right here. That's not really what I would consider to be a false breakout. That's more of a test. I feel like that's more of a test of the support line there, or the trend line. It's probably not. It's not really a support line. It's more of a trend line. I don't know, Jordan. I feel like they have done a question like every day for well more than 5 days, and I thought they were giving away two per day, but it seems like they're only maybe giving away one. So I would assume that there's another question today. Porter, I don't know. I'm actually not sure how to. Somebody was finding that information. Someone is putting it out for 4.9 million. Yeah, I know. I saw some of those. But you have to look at the lower priced ones too, though. I mean, you got to take that into account. Of course, somebody's going to put some crazy number in there and then, see whether or not that hits. All right, so we are nearing the 2709 point where I really feel like we need to kind of hold support we need to at least close above 2709 today in order to maintain support for heavy buying pressure in the near future. So it's okay to break past this, but you can almost bet your bottom dollar they're going to try. If they're going to go past 2709, they're going to start shooting for one of these synthetic price failures at starting at 2593. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do with this roll. I really don't know what I'm going to do. I feel like I should hold on to it, but I don't know. I feel like $100 isn't worth it. I feel like $100 isn't worth it. Like you might as well just hold on to it for years and years and years if that's the case. Although I have no idea what it costs to keep a wallet open, because I think there is. AMC said that they're going to pick up the first year tab on the cost to keep the NFT in the wallet, but I have no idea what the cost is after that, and then that becomes a factor, right? Like how much are you willing to pay per year to keep that open? Yeah, I tend to think so too. I tend to think that'll be worth more than 100 rem. But I think it's, I think it's going to take some time though. And the question is how long are you willing to wait? Guys, so remember, synthetic price failure, 25.93. These historically tend to be turnaround points, and typically they're pretty hard turnaround points once they hit. The question is which one we're going to hit. We have three different specific turnaround points. We have 25.93, 25.77, and 25.29. 25.93 is the first indicator of a synthetic price failure happening. If you turn around before it gets to 25.77, then that's kind of the attaboy, they didn't make it. Nobody sold shares on the way down. Liquidity ended up being a problem. So if liquidity, let me ask you guys a question. If you know liquidity is going to be a problem for the day, what price would you need to hit specifically? Think about this really careful. This is not one of the questions. This should be one of the questions for the prize. But what specific price would you need to hit to create liquidity legally? What price would you have to hit to create liquidity legally? Synthetic naked shorts. Where can the market makers make that at? Anybody, anybody, anybody. There's a very specific number. 10% down. Porter got it. SSR. Triggering SSR is key. It is absolutely key. Yep, Porter got it. Anthony got it. You guys are right. 100% right. If liquidity is very difficult to create and you want to do it legally, you have to trip SSR. That's why these 20% numbers are so significant. They're very, very, very significant. Yes, Joe's right. Joe's got it. Absolutely. Now, what is SSR's price for the day today? Today's SSR price is 25.81, which falls just above the 20% mark and just below the 19.5% synthetic price failure points, the turnaround points. I can't tell you guys. These guys, these algorithms, they are so predictable, so predictable. Really, really, really super predictable. So the question is are they going to try to create liquidity? Like if they drop price down here and they get it down to a certain value down here to create liquidity, this is bad for them. This is super bad. If it gets to the point to where they have to create liquidity by tripping SSR, that's bad. That's really, really bad. That means that they're in trouble. Really trouble. That means they're having to print. That's inflation. Printing. That's blowing up the balloon. That's trouble. I know it looks like trouble for us, but it's trouble for them. Super trouble. Because they can't find shares. They're having a problem. So they need to be able to drop. That's probably why they borrowed so many shares today. They knew that they were going to have to work to get this down to tripping SSR. If they fail to trip SSR, they're in deep doo-doo. Super deep doo-doo. I can't even begin to tell you how bad of doo-doo that is. Because if the buy orders start kicking in and they can't legally create synthetic naked shorts, oh boy, watch out. Watch out. They're going to have to start borrowing a whole bunch. So by getting it just below $27, guys, by getting it just below $27, the first thing that they've achieved is that they've managed to get some of those out of the money puts into the money. Probably not a whole lot of them though, because 2682, depending on the theta on those, they're probably not really far into the money. They might even be breaking even. Actually, at 2682, I doubt they're even breaking even. They're probably out of the money, but they're willing to take at 2682, you'd almost guess that they'd probably be willing to take the loss as pennies on the dollar. But what I really see here is consolidation on the 5-minute. Now you can see a little bit of testing going on right here. Testing to see if they let this go, how hard is it going to rip. So if we move to the 5-minute interval here, you don't see those numbers, right? All you see is a flagpole. So if we take a look at this, we got beginning time of the drop here starts at 9:35, and if the end of it is right here at 10 o'clock, then you have a 35-minute period of time for the flagpole, meaning that the pennant would be about 35 minutes, meaning at 10:35 you would see a break. So we'll watch for that at 10:35 and see if that's the case. It may break sooner than that, but 10:35 would be out here. So we might see consolidation for a bit. Okay, it's time. It is time for our first technical analysis of the day. It is also it is time for another thing. It is time for our next question giveaway. I know I've said this like so many times today, guys, but I got to keep saying it because I don't know who's here and who's not here. My wife said once you break 500 subscribers, you got to give away something. That's what YouTubers do. I said I'm not a YouTuber. She said yes, you are. So I'm giving away something. So we have a new question. Here's the new question. These are all AMC related. They're pretty much all AMC related. They're all AMC related, and if you are the winner, if you're the first person with the correct answer, this is going to be the last easy question. This is going to be the last easy question. There's only 2 more questions to go for the giveaway. If you get the right answer, you'll contact me either through Twitter or Reddit DM. No following necessary. You don't have to do that crap, guys. Who cares? You just gotta message me. I think you can message me through Reddit without having to follow. I'm not sure about Twitter, but whatever's easiest for you. So here you go. Hit live now, because if you don't hit live now, you may be getting the question later than others. That's what she's saying I am, I guess, Rem. I don't know. Whatever. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the question. What did AMC originally stand for? Originally being the key word. What did AMC originally stand for? And Stockmaster, my admins are not eligible. Not eligible for the winning. You already get something. Don't worry, I'm going to contact you. Admins are not eligible. They can, however, guess. Let's see here. Nope. Dingo. Dingo. Bingo. Active Douglas got it. There it is. American Multi-Cinema. That is correct. That is the correct answer. American. Yes, she got it right. She corrected herself and said American Multi-Cinema. That is correct. American Multi-Cinema. I've got Active Douglas down for the win. I actually would have given it to you anyways because I saw you put America, and I read it as American. I knew what you meant. That is correct. That is the correct answer though. American Multi-Cinema. I've got you down as the winner. 2 more questions, guys, and I'm cutting out. We need to do technical analysis though. Let's take a look see and see what's happening here. A look see on a counter. On a counter, it's time. It is time. Let me log into. Where the heck did it go? I keep losing that page. Very, very strange. Fidelity didn't have me log back in. I actually may have just figured out a flaw in their system. It's kind of odd. Either that or they changed their limitations on how long you can be logged in for. Not sure which. Okay, this is the first technical analysis of the day, guys. So I am going to take you over to the other page, and we're going to cover everything. We're going to cover everything today. Guys, did you guys see? I can't see what you guys. I should wait to talk about this. I'll wait to talk about it. I want to talk about Trey. The guy needs a pick me up, man. He needs a pick me up. I don't know if you guys watch Trey. I know two people do. I know Chico does, and I know Empire Fire does. But if you guys watch Trey, he needs a pick me up. He really needs a pick me up, and I don't know. I feel bad for the guy. I really do. Anyways, moving forward, let's take a look at what we got going on the page here. Price prediction tallies. Yesterday, myself and Monty tied up the score. We got our first points for the week. We have a even tie across the board with everybody getting a point, including the missed column. Yeah, I know he called himself a kid. It's setting in, and I feel so bad having called him that before. I'm pretty sure I'm one of the first people that called him out and called him a kid, and I think it got to him. And I regret it. I regret having called him a kid. He is, in my eyes, he is a kid. So, but I should have never called him that. And I feel bad for it. I think he's a great guy. I can't read your comments right now. I just happen to have it pulled up in the background here. It is a very mature decision on his part. Very, very mature. I want to stop talking about it right now. We'll talk about it here in just a minute. I got to do this breakdown here. Price predictions for the day. We all are going into the last day of trading with a tied score, including the missed column, and it's looking like we may let the missed column win for the week because this is the spread. This is the spread between us on our price predictions. Eric with the lowest price prediction of 27, and my highest price prediction with my low being 27.5 gives us like a 50-cent spread between us, the highest and the lowest of the lows. So there's no spread between all of our guesses today, guys, and we don't get together and talk about this stuff. I'm in at 27.5 to 30.5. Eric's in at 27 to 30. Duncan in at 27.2 to 30.2, and Monty is in at 27.35 to 30.35. For those of you who voted on Monday, what the closing price would be for the day today, majority of you had guessed. There was a tie. There's 34% of you had guessed between 30 and 35, and 34% of you had guessed between 40 to 45 and higher. So, but the group that's winning right now is the least amount of group, which is 25 to 30 or less. And only 12% of you out of the 104 votes. So basically like 12 of you. 12 of you decided that 25 to 30 was going to be the range. We'll probably end up being right. It's hard to say, but we'll see. We shall see. Moving on, short exempt volume was really, really, really low from yesterday, and of course that's going to be the case when volume is low. You could expect that number to be really super high if SSR gets triggered today. Super, super high, because that's when they'll start printing out naked short shares. So, yeah, I expect that number to be really high if they trip SSR. Utilization decreased to 77.67%. Day-over-day price increase was a negative 5.35%. In the off exchange so far traded for the day today, we are currently at 50.29 on the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX is at 11.85. High number for this EDGX. The off exchange is a little low by a couple percent. Not very much, but a little low. So definitely buy orders getting trapped into those off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex and refreshing. Currently, they are showing a borrow positive rate today. We haven't seen that in a couple days. So far at 339.8 thousand shares being borrowed. Yesterday there was a return of 1.16 million. The amount of shares that they're going to need to find between now and mid to late January to keep off of failure delivers and rake show is 30 million more shares. They have 30 more million shares they need to find between now and basically a month from now, which is a lot. It's a lot of shares, and I have a feeling they're not finding them. Hence the reason why the price failure, synthetic price failure. Moving on, estimated short share interest of the free float is going to be increased because of that borrow change. It's to 19.08%. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen up there, where it says keep up with the latest trades. I'm shouting out the guy, man. I feel for him. We had a record-breaking day today in institutional share lending. It went up to 172.054 million shares, which is a new high. The old high was set yesterday, so new high on 12/23 of 172.054. It's actually higher than what it was this morning. It was 0.51 this morning. It's now 0.54, so increased even more, just a tad bit. Changing my numbers. Still the same day. All right, there we go. And max pain for the day today. I thought it was going to go up to 30, but it actually stayed at 29. So max pain is at 29. Let's see where our highest amounts of volume is on the options chain. On the call side, highest amount of volume currently at a $28 strike price, which is down $2 from yesterday. There is 8.9 thousand contracts open. And on the put side, the highest level of puts currently at a $27 strike price, which is $2 down from yesterday, with a total of 12,000 contracts. So definitely, today looks very, very similar, guys, to what we've been seeing in the past, where on Fridays, or the last trading day of the week in this particular case, where perhaps there could be some trappage going on. Today would be a possible trap. Perhaps trying to lock in some large amounts of volume at that 27, 26 level of puts, because they are definitely stacking up right now. Definitely stacking up. Moving on. Ortex. On loan amount did not drop very much day over day. It went from 105.3 down to 104.3. I think one of the key takeaways from that, though, is this. Our total amount of shares available to borrow went up, not down. It went up. But there was a return of shares. That's what caused our utilization to go down, because yesterday there was only 27.6 million shares available left to borrow. Left being the key word, available left. Today there's 30 million, 29.998 or 988. So what does that mean? Utilization goes down because they have more shares left available to borrow. But the total amount of shares went up. Went up. That's the good thing. We want to see this total amount of shares go up. The higher that gets, the less they can find shares to return, meaning utilization will be forced into driving upwards. I don't know if that makes sense. It may kind of sound a little confusing. If you guys ever want me to dive deeper into that to try and explain that a little bit better, I'll try to. I'll try my best. It makes sense to me. I don't know if I'm doing a great job of explaining it. But let's take a look at how that looks on loan average age per day, because we do know that they return shares. On average loan per day, still moving upwards. So what did they return? More than likely, they returned new loans. We can actually see this. I did not realize this. I just found this out like a couple days ago. You can actually see what kind of loans they returned. On loan, average age returned. Very, very low. The loans that are being returned were low-aged loans. The higher the spike, the higher the loan age. I'm not 100% certain on this, but I think that's how I'm reading it. So new loans being returned right now. Most of these high spikes back here, these returned loans, were probably from this time frame right in here, where there were some loans that were made in this time frame from like early June to mid September. Most of these returned loans, these spikes up here, are probably from loans from that period of time. But the really old loans that are causing this on loan average age per day to be so high are all loans from back here, from pre-June. And that's still heading upwards. There's our on loan amount and our on loan average age per day starting to separate back apart from each other again. And then if we take a look at our utilization, there's our utilization dropping day over day. Not a number I'm too worried about. And our estimated short share interest of the free float also dropping a little bit. Not too worried about that. I kind of expected that based off of, I think there's a general consensus that, there's been enough Fridays where this getting trapped out of the money on some of these puts has kind of become a trend. And so I think that's people are smartening up a little bit here. So whether it be institutions or retail, I don't know. But that is your drop right there of estimated current short share interest of the free float. Moving on to orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently in 9th position with a very strong 68% buy to 32% sales. That's looking good for next week, guys. That's looking really, really good and strong for next week. GME, Jimmy, 30th. They have some volume. They made it onto the list. They always have a great buy to sell ratio. 71% buys to 29% sales. Why is their volume low? Their shares are locked up. They're locked up in DRS. They're not going to go anywhere as long as they choose to have low volume and their shares locked away. Can't play. You can't come out and play if your shares are locked away. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm a firm believer. No play if your shares are tucked away. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like we got another 100K here. And mainly just returns here. So we got another 100K. Bringing our total to 7.35 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Very high number. 9.9 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 85.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is so far out of the money. Do you see how retail is probably getting raped here? Because even if you're retail and you're taking puts, you're out the money. And if you're retail and you're taking calls, you're out the money. So it doesn't matter which side you play this game, you're getting screwed if you're taking, unless you're this small percentage over here or this small percentage over here. And that's very small. I'm telling you guys, this is a long play. Buying shares is where it's at. That's how you become the house and not the player. Always better to be the house. The NASDAQ is up 0.49%. The Dow Jones is up 0.62. S&P 500 is up 0.61. The market is advancing over declining with 4,523 advancers to 2,922 decliners. Let's see. The VIX is down right now, negative 2.04%. The Tesla is up 1.26. Hood is down 1.53. Amazon is basically breaking even. So is Cinemark. Doge is up 2.28. Bitcoin is up 0.41. GME is down 3.24, and AMC is down 3.15. Our inflow versus outflow currently at a 13-point spread with more outflow than inflow. Seems a little high for 3%, but yeah, whatever. And taking a look at our volume. Volume actually pretty decent. Oh, there it comes. Yep, there it comes. I wish I was wrong about some of this stuff, guys, because in all honesty, like it makes me unhappy that retail's losing money in options. It really makes me unhappy. It pisses me off, honestly. It really does. I feel like they found a new way to abuse the community. And as long as there's suckers, they're going to continue to do it. That's my opinion. 13.9, let's see here. We are 1 hour, let's see, just shy of an hour, 7 minutes shy, 53 minutes. We're on pace for 102.5 million shares traded for the day today. I'm predicting between 25 and 45 million. Same prediction as yesterday. No change. On the day, I cannot tell. It looks to me like more selling pressure than buying pressure. But the lines are stacked. The lines have been stacked for like 3 days. But I can say that RSI is at 42.04, which is below average. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.94. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.45. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.98. I don't know. I don't know, guys. All right, it's time. It's time. It's time for the last. Is it the last 2 questions of the day? Let me see here. It is. It's time for the last 2 questions. I'm going to ask the last 2 questions right now. It's a little bit early. As soon as I sign off, we'll probably fly, Einstein says, the first thing I see. Oh, man. You know, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong just because that's what happens when I leave. I have to admit, I fell into the options trap recently. I hope to just break even and buy back in shares no matter the price. I mean, it seems so. It seems so like. See, the problem is, and Anthony knows. Anthony knows now. When you buy into the options, the pressure to try and make a return and then dump more money into it, it becomes this very, very sick habit. It's just like gambling. It is so like gambling, right? You get into this position to where you dump money in, and when you're not going to make your numbers, you sell, and then you have to dump more money in to try and make back the money that you lost. And if they do this continuously, where they're trying to basically milk the options chain, um, it looks like it could be really profitable. And I bet you there are people who are making money doing it. But I'm sitting here telling you guys, if you're not, you should paper trade it first. Paper trade it first and see if you can consistently make money paper trading. Paper trading is where you don't actually make trades. You're pretending. You're pretending with fake money. If you're not winning in paper trades, stay away. Just stay away. Do yourself a favor and stay away. Um, I have to take off here in just a little bit, guys. So I got to get the next 2 questions in here in a very short period of time. I gotta go to a doctor's appointment for one of my kids. So um, I don't think that I'll make it back before market close. However, I will leave the stream running. Duncan asked me to leave it running, so I will leave the stream running, and and you guys can talk amongst yourselves. Uh-oh, I don't know why. I don't know why Anthony's slapping the face. Derek says market makers keeping down. They know if they let it go, there's no going back. Yeah, I mean, there is some very strong turning around points up here. If we were to shoot up really quick and make it past 29.82 or maybe even $30, there could be some really serious repercussions from that. So definitely trying to keep the price down today for sure. Let me read the next two questions, guys, because I got to get going here. Hello, Carl. Be ready. This is it, guys. This is it. Last two questions of the day for winning. These are the last two questions. So if you're not live, hit live now, so you can be up to date on the questions. Here you go. Are you ready for this? These are the hardest two questions. AMC related. Get your AMC think tank on. If you win, you have to contact me through either Reddit or Twitter DM so I can get your address and send it to you. Here we go. What year did AMC open its first two-screen movie theater? What year did AMC open its first two-screen movie theater? Good morning, Carl. Crazy Pepe with the correct answer. 1963. Crazy Pepe is the winner. He already gave me his address earlier today. Almost as if he knew that that he would be getting one. Crazy Pepe with Crazy Pepe with the win. He did get it. Way to go, Crazy Pepe. All right, I got you down. Crazy Pepe here. All right, this is the last question, guys. I'm doing a bonus last question before I leave. Bonus question. 1963 was the answer. This is the last question. It is the hardest question. I'm going to give a bonus. I'm going to give a bonus. Oh, no, I don't want to say that. On this next question, if you spam numbers, you do not win. I will make you ineligible if you spam numbers. You get one answer, and that is it. One answer and one answer only. Don't guess wrong the first time. Make sure you know the answer before you put the number in, because this is a number answer. So if you spam numbers, you'll be disqualified, and I will not give you. It's one answer and one answer only. Are you ready? Here we go. I knew I had to make that disclaimer in advance because I knew it would happen if I didn't. No, stop, Pip, stop right now. Don't spam. All right, here we go. How many states do not have an AMC theater? And I'm just talking about all the 50 states. How many states do not have an AMC theater? Duncan. That's funny. Guam does not count. I knew this one was gonna catch you guys. I knew this was gonna. Especially when I threw in that you couldn't spam numbers. If I'm wrong about this, if you guys can prove me wrong and you had the right answer, we'll know. But I still have not seen a correct answer. And I'll actually tell you which states don't have them. So if you want to fact check me, you can. And if I'm wrong, then we'll fix that. We'll figure out who said the right answer. And I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to be proven wrong. The question is how many states do not have an AMC theater? One answer only. No spamming allowed. That's not the answer that I got, Einstein. I know I saw that. I know if you can prove me wrong, I think you might have been the first one that said 6. If you can prove me wrong, I will give it to you. But the answer that I have is different than that. Yes, you are indeed the first person that put in 6 in there. I have a different number. I knew this one was going to be the hardest one. I gotta go, guys. Come on. JP, you're not eligible. Anthony. Anthony's coming up with the right answer. Now, Anthony, I'm going to give it to you. If somebody can prove me wrong, I'm gonna throw out the 7 states for you guys. If somebody can prove me wrong, I'm willing to award the person who proves me wrong. The correct answer would go to whoever guessed the correct answer first. But 7 is the answer, and it's Rhode Island, Maine, Vermont, Mississippi, Alaska, Hawaii, and Wyoming. Rhode Island, Maine, Vermont, Mississippi, Alaska, Hawaii, and Wyoming. 7. So I'm gonna write Anthony down. I'm gonna write Anthony down as the winner. If somebody can prove that incorrect, like if they find one of those states has one. Lord says he's right, 7. We kind of we weren't we were really meticulous about a lot of our answers when we picked these out last night. However, this last one could be a little bit of a trick because we actually didn't go through each one of the states to see if it was 7 or if it was 8 for sure. I do know that they just picked up a couple movie theaters recently, and I don't know that those would count into the count. So there is a possibility that some of the movie theaters that they just recently picked up may actually disqualify one of those states. So it has to be one of the 50 states, and I stated that in the original question. It has to be one of the 50 states. Porter, thank you. Thank all of you guys. Thank you for being a part of the community. We all make this together. I don't have a drink to toast to. Just this one right here. I don't know if I'll be back before closing of market because market does close today early at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be ready for that. That is early today. But I guess I'll leave you. I'll sign off with this. I will come back later and do an official sign off, and I am going to keep the stream running while I'm gone. But I'll sign off with this statement. Be careful over the holidays, guys. But have a great Christmas. Have a great Christmas. I'm not saying don't have a good Christmas. Have a great Christmas. That's what I'm saying. I want you guys to be safe out there. I went out last night to go see The Matrix and almost got in 3 car accidents. So be careful out there, guys. People are crazy. They're super, super crazy. But cheers to you guys. Merry Christmas. And I look forward to seeing you guys either at the closing of the end today when I close down the show eventually or into next week, whichever may be. But we will finish out the year strong as usual, as we always do, holding, buying and holding. Cheers. Did you get that? Did you see it? I can't drink much more water. You guys got to get this. That's it. 3 chugs. Whoa, that's too much. All right, guys. I can't leave you music. Last time I got my hand slapped for leaving music on while I was away, so it's gonna be musicless. And but I will update Vortex before I go, so hopefully it stays updated. Take care, guys, and Merry Christmas. And I love you all. No homo. Alrighty, I'm back. Whew, what a day. Man, this mouse is sticky. Who's been using my mouse? Who's been sleeping on my bed? It's time for the toast, guys. I have to say, I'm a little disheveled right now. I'm just kind of rushing to get back in here. It's toast time, but there's actually something that I got to do and I got to put together really quickly before we do that. I'm going to go ahead and take away the message that I'm gone. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of music while I work on something really quickly. And then I'll come back for the toast. We'll do a rundown of what's going on going into the end of the market day. Or maybe we won't. We'll see. So let me put you on a slight hiatus here of music, just for maybe like 5 minutes or less. Alrighty, guys. I think that's all. Oh, I just need just a tad bit more time, but I'm not going to start a new song. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to wing it here. You guys are making it difficult on me this week. Okay, I'm good. Alrighty, you know what it is. It is time. It's past time for the Power Hour. It is time to toast. I normally toast to the end of the day every day during Power Hour, and we toast to something different every day, except for Fridays. Fridays, our very usual toast, is the toast to the new people in our group. New family, new coworkers. Maybe you start out as a coworker, maybe you're a new family, but this is your opportunity to hear your name. For those of you who subscribed in the last week, this is it. I'm announcing your membership to this channel. And shout out to you. Welcome to the family. So cheers to Douglas Morton, Jake 040789, birthday, Chris Alexander, Brian Carpenter, MS Charita, Edgar Zalvador Rodriguez, Peter Castaldo, Richard Desch, Ricardo Angelis, I'm not sure how to say it. Luke Egging, Luke, KB, New Life USA, Kevin. I love that one. That one's great. Kevin. It's simple. I like it. Louis Tyner, the RH32, Thomas Elio, Stone Get Money. It's all one word. Stone Get Money. James Hebb, Philip Prestano, Pat C, Uvaz Albaric. Sorry if I slaughtered that. Stonk Mom 67. That's original. That is so. I like that. That's great. Stonk Mom 67. Sinan Abdul Hadi. Abdul Hadi. I think I said that right the second time. Abdul Hadi. Robert Justin T. Justin T. It's just Justin T. Jar Jar Binks. Believe it or not, guys, Jar Jar Binks has joined the family. Ezra, Weechan, Nintran, One Speed Go, and that is it. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the coworkers. It's a lot of people, guys. Cheers. For those of you who won today in the giveaway, let me read out those names real quickly. Joe Exotic, Deanne Thomas, Azrul Axon, Jordan Co-Earner, Luke Egging, Max Johannink, Active Douglas, Crazy Pepe, and Anthony. If you have not already reached out to me, reach out to me and let me know. Also, MCon. I don't have your information, MCon, and I need to get a hold of it. So, MCon, if you can also reach out to me as well. If not, I will talk to you next week. Cheers to all of you guys. Have a Merry Christmas, guys. I know we're not done yet here, and I know we have a little bit of time left in the day. And we'll close this out here. We'll take a look at everything as the day's closing out. Like I was telling you guys yesterday, I really felt like there was going to be a bunch of sidewards trading for yesterday and today, and that if you wanted to take some time off away from AMC and just kind of start your weekend early, that you could do that, and it's okay. Set limits, set numbers in your with your broker, and have it contact you some way or another, and take some time off. But it's too late now because we're there now. But today did really look a lot like Tuesday, didn't it? Didn't it? We had very, very similar volume and very, very similar amount of shares being borrowed in the pre-market. And sure enough, we got that rip down in the beginning portion of the day and the push back up. I thought we might get back up to 29.82. Didn't quite get there. There was an attempt. There was a real attempt there. There was consolidation. I really thought that around, I think it was 1320. Yeah, I think it was around 1320 that we were going to start ripping back up, and they controlled it. They controlled that they stopped it in its tracks. And then the price just kind of fell from there a little bit. It looks very, very premeditated to just kind of draw out the end of the day here. Like if I were to just kind of draw a line right here like this, it looks to me like they're just trying to wedge this out. They're ready for their weekend. They're ready for their holidays. They're done. They don't want this to. They're tired. I know we're tired. We all need some Christmas break vacation time. So we're all gonna go lick our wounds and return to the battlefield on Monday. Pete equals Pepe. You guys are the men and the women. You guys are the apes. We are the apes. I'm not the man. Whoa, man. Whoa. Whoa, man. We're apes. We're apes here. And that's what I'm going to keep calling us. Every once in a while I say man, woman, whatever, but don't let it get to you, MG. Don't let it get to you. We got just a few minutes left. Do you guys want me to do a run through before the end of the day? I can refresh Ortex really quickly here. Or we can just sit here and we can just talk about, like, we can discuss, does anybody have like any really cool plans that they have for the weekend? As it stands right now, I just refreshed Ortex. It looks like they've got a borrowed change amount of about 50,000 shares. The total amount of shares having been borrowed since earlier this morning. Oh yeah, maybe 200 extra thousand on top. Since I left earlier today, they've only borrowed an additional 200,000. So total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day was 7.55. 7.55 million shares. That's pretty hefty. Pretty hefty. Let me go back to what you guys are writing here. Derek says my plan is to do at least as possible. Sounds like a good plan. Porter says Xmas plans going, and I like the fact that you said Xmas. My mom hates the fact that I call it Xmas because I look at it's Christmas. That's Christmas. It's an easy way to write it. Christmas plans going up to North Carolina mountains with the dogs and my wife. That sounds lovely. You have a great time, Porter. I hope that I don't know if you have snow or not over there, but if you do, I hope it's a snow filled winter wonderland. Welcome all FINRA employees. Say what? What's going on here, Boris? What are we talking about? What's going on here? Roberto, Merry Christmas to you. Let's see what else were you guys saying up further up top. Derek says tomorrow go either way you see anything. I really think that next week, and I know this is, don't take it out of context, but I really do think that there's a possibility that we have some sharp increases in price next week. And the reason I say that is because of the indicators. The indicators that I see that have never failed so far are showing big price increases between when they signaled, which was on the 8th of this month, signaling for 15 business days out on seeing that increase, and that increase should be by the 30th. The first big increase should be by the 30th, and there should be a secondary increase on top of that. That's not quite as big, but it will also be a big one by the 6th. So 2 weeks back to back in a row of good price movement upwards. Al from Boston said FINRA employees are buying AMC. Okay. Well, I have a 4-day weekend. I guess this is officially my weekend. I have a 4-day weekend, and I've already been given homework to watch a YouTuber. One of my guys sent me a video, and he says you gotta check this out. I'm gonna watch it. I'm not gonna say who it is or what it is though, because I don't know if I agree with it or not yet. We'll see. But I gotta watch it. Extra time. But I hope you guys all have a great Christmas. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, I just hope you stay safe out there. Trying to think what else. Is there something I need to cover? Looks like we got some AMC news that may have popped up throughout the day today. AMC Theaters reports purchase of lease deals will reopen theaters in Los Angeles, Chicago markets, no terms disclosed. You can see the intermittent cell walls that they have set up at different points here. There's definitely blocks. This is it, guys. You have like 12 minutes, 13 minutes left to say Merry Christmas to everybody in the stream. I am drinking Thirsty Goat. Thirsty Goat is the name of the beer, and it is brewed here locally where I live in Austin, Texas, or at least it says so. Who knows if that's really real? Sometimes I wonder, but it says share with your friends too. Drink responsibly. Share with your friends. That's kind of funny to me. Oh wait, it even says who the brewer is on this. What the heck? And who packaged and a cellarman. Wow. Best before 12/19. Oh geez. I got an old beer here. That seems like a pretty awfully. Who puts expiration dates on beer like that? Seems pretty new. Duncan, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Porter. It's 6.5% stuff. If you're gonna drink beer, you might as well drink high alcohol content, right? Porter, I would assume you would know, judging by the name. I can't drink really dark beer. I actually I shouldn't say that. I don't know that I've actually even really ever tried a really dark beer. Maybe I should try it. Sierra Nevada. That used to be one of my favorites. I used to like that a long time ago. You want to know what else? What else? So here I am confessing. I used to drink Foster's. I used to drink Sierra Nevada. I'm now on to this Thirsty Goat here. Those were some of my favorites of the past. But my favorite beer when I first started drinking beer, you guys are going to laugh at me. You're going to completely laugh at me. And that's fine. I'm okay with it. But I was a big Busch fan. I loved Busch. I don't know what to tell you. I do like drinking me some Busch. But it's like watered down beer. That's how I think if there's any beer that's gonna, like, if you can't stand the taste of beer, if there's any beer out there that you could drink that will kind of give you that gateway into getting into actually drinking beer, Busch is the way to go. It's like watered down beer. The gateway beer of beers, Busch. Boris says, when I was in the military, they would put a total wreck vehicle that obviously resulted in death at the entrance of the base. A reminder that 12 hours bottled to throttle. Yes, be careful, guys out there. No drinking and driving, please. Please, please, please. It is the end of the day, and it is that time. The same time, same bat channel. Monday it is, guys. We'll see you. Get plenty of rest, get plenty of sleep, eat, drink. I guess rest and sleep is the same thing. Well, after you eat that Christmas dinner, you'll probably want to rest after you sleep. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your children, and if you don't have any of those or pets or anything like that, go beat up some kids on the internet and video games, of course. But don't have a good Christmas. Have a great Christmas. Merry Christmas.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
It's Christmas. Baby, please come home.